Nee, das glaube ich haben wir nicht. Ja? Ja, und ich sage euch. Ja, okay. Warte.
We will continue now after the lunch break with the Pirate Party Security Conference, Day 1. Please come back to your seats that I can announce the next speaker. So, our next speaker is Shoresh Davodi. He studied political science and history in Bochum, publications for the YPU in Stadtschleining, Austria. He's a member of the Foreign Policy Working Group of the Pirate Party, Middle East Division, and he will now give us a lecture on the situation in Iran and the Middle East. Please welcome him on stage. Come on, Shoresh.
Hi. I will talk about Iran, the current situation in the Middle East. Much has changed. I've talked about this the last times in the Pirate Secon, and everything is always changing, but staying somehow the same. It's a little bit changing, but not much changing. And I'm talking right now about the events happening in the beginning of 2020 and since the death of Qasem Soleimani and what's going on with the protests in Iran. And since the death of Qasem Soleimani on January 3rd, 2020, by an attack of the United States, and soon after the shutdown of Ukraine International Airlines Flight 752 as a result on the attacks, in Iran happened some really big public unrest. The shutdown was done by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, causing 176 deaths, mostly were Iranians. And by an article on the which was called U.S. and Iranian missile strikes sought to avoid escalation by Paul Allen on February 4th, it showed that the Iranians and the United States tried really to avoid a further escalation, which could lead into war between both powers. The Iranian military strategy, when you look how they respond and how they act in the region, is more some kind of offensive deterrence doctrine. Das heißt, that is offensive on the tactical level. They try to push forward, but on the strategic level, it's more a defensive force. They try to avoid an aggressive move. Iranian proxies and military expansions should secure the balance of threat in the region and in the military terms. And it is the dependence by Iranians on proxy warfare pushed Iran the need to respond on the death of Qasem Soleimani. But the shutdown of Iran of Flight 752 and the current protests also resulted that they have to approach on a more defensive and more passive way right now. Because they need to avoid unrest inside of Iran or to avoid bigger unrest inside of Iran, because it could reach a dangerous level for the current status quo. The tweet by Donald Trump on January 6, 2020, that if Iran would attack on unequal ways the United States as a result by the killing of Qasem Soleimani, they would bomb historical and cultural important targets in Iran, but also recognizing that Iran had the right to revenge the death of Qasem Soleimani. Iran right now, as I told before, is in a period of transition. In recent years especially, the memory of the war with Iraq between 1980 and 1988 is still strong in Iranian society. The fear in Iran exists that if the power vacuum in Iran could be an opportunity for another country to attack Iran. This major fear is based on the experience of the war with Iraq and is the main driving force for the Iranian foreign policy to secure any kind of power transition inside Iran after the soon coming death of the current supreme leader. And the United States were able to influence this coming power struggle inside of Iran by the death of Qasem Soleimani, but some kind of direct regime change by outside powers would more fuel the rising power of the Revolutionary Guard Corps. but this group could take over, like Masaruni warned in 2018, that a regime change would install more these paramilitary groups, which benefit right now on many different levels from the current status quo. But we have also to be aware that this kind of hypothetical coup would also be a more push into a more nationalistic agenda, like this group, the Revolutionary Guard Corps, is in core a nationalistic movement and less an Islamistic movement like they pretend to be. And this new kind of hypothetical coup would be an even more bigger threat for the United States and its allies and the West in general. This is for the overview what would happen and the current results, why the West is very aware and very defensive into meddling into these actions of Iran, and why both sides try to calm down any hostile activities which could not be controlled by anyone, by themselves. And the power, and right now we see the power of Iran is growing no matter what other powers will do to stop the growing influence of Iran. The power and especially the geopolitical power of Iran is growing. The location of the country and its ability by its people had always benefited Iran. Similar to the first years of the Islamic Caliphate, Iran had been a hard task for Arabic Islamic conquerors. The first Arab rulers were suppressing the Iranian culture, but so they tried to impose Arabic as a primary language, and there were very big resistance against these measures and this push against Iranian nationalism, which had caused big uprisings, which nearly pushed out the Arab conquerors or the Arab rulers and the Arab influence inside Iran. This was happening 1,000 years ago. This policy by the first caliphs and the power struggle versus the Persian identity was shifting later into coming into more equal terms, and Islam was becoming more Persian. Today we have a similar situation like this. This Arab-Persian struggle is since then is still happening today, and right now we have a fighting. It's less about Sunni Shiite, but more about Persian versus Arabs. This will intensify in the next decades. Iran is very attractive for the Central Asia and we have right now power struggle in Central Asia because Saudi Arabia tries to spread its influence, also the United States and China, but Iran is making big gains into getting influence into Central Asia against these actors. Iran's attractiveness for Central Asia increases also the Iranian importance for the Chinese Belt and Road initiative. China's infrastructure, transportation, energy-driven initiative to connect Eurasian landmass to Beijing will need Iran as some kind of power transportation hub because of the importance where this country is, and this Iran and also the Iranian, driven by a nationalistic movement, will try to achieve to focus more on Central Asia because of the close connection of Central Asia and the locations in the identity of the Iranian population and the Iranian point of view. Securing its influence in the direct neighborhood will be becoming more a target for any coming Iranian government. The internal pressure in Iran is similar to the unrest before the Islamic Revolution, which was also fueled by Islamism, but also more about the nationalism in Iran. the current resilience of the current regime is mostly achieved by a balance of internal power and securing the Iranian pride and independence. This failing to achieve by any government would, like it happened by the last Shah in Iran, would be a major reason for losing control about inside of Iran and would create a power vacuum. The growing, but also these different actors inside Iran try to keep each other in check. The growing economical power of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, as a result by the economic sanctions by the West, had shifting this balance, but also creating unrest and frustration inside Iran. This to cut back these activities and power by one player inside the Iranian political system was one major reasons why Iran was interested into lifting the sanctions. But there were different actors who were interested that the status quo will happen, and so they tried to escalate it again. Iran seems more like a sleeping major power in the Gulf, similar to China before the economical reforms. And it was the same reason China had at first. The Chinese military was much meddling into business styles and had factories, but Iran needs to cut back these, like China, to cut back also the influence on business so they can modernize and bringing their military force into a more useful and more taskful force to take action into conflicts in the future. Because these Revolutionary Guard Corps will be a more useful tool also in proxy warfare, in hybrid warfare, where they have much experience gained since their existence, but they need to focus on these tasks more than earning money for themselves. And interesting will be if there will be a change. It will be these forces will have to work together, and also with some kind of new regime which will share mostly on the foreign policy, will share mostly the ideas which already are in Iran, because the interest to secure the Iranian plateau and the near surrounding areas is a core goal always have done by any Iranian central government since the existence of Iran, since the first Persian Empire, because it's the landmass defines what's going on, and so they need to control the mountains or the mountain passes. But we see, as a result, by Donald Trump, by killing and acting against Iran right now, secures, as I told, by outside pressure, secures that nobody will break out and everyone have to rally around the flag and to secure any kind of stability inside Iran right now, which is critical because of the experience they had already. But the future means nothing new. What will happen in the situation and for the next coming months and years? In the political crisis about Zimbabwe, it was a crisis in 2008. Adam Masson and me wrote for the European Peace Unity in Stadtschleining, based on the concept of Johan Galtung, that there need to be a power sharing to avoid a vacuum. Iran has already announced at the beginning of 2019 that there will be some push for reforms in the near future. And the current supreme leader is very sick and is nearly soon he will be dead any time. People are expecting, because he has cancer. So the Iranian public will avoid right now any bigger unrest inside Iran, because nobody is interested into escalation any kind of situation. And these kind of, so we will see some kind of green movement right now or something, because nobody has to gain anything right now by changing anything, because things will change sooner than later. And also even while the US withdraw from the Iran deal, nothing much has changed, because Iran has announced to comply with the deal 2 days after the killing of Qasem Soleimani, but the framework of this agreement is still intact. And if the United States, based on some kind of change in Iran, can easily take this framework and reenact it, and can try to figure something new out, because with a change in Iran, the whole dynamic in the region will shift somehow and will be changing, because the deeper interests of strategic situation in Iran are people know what's going on, but nobody wants to speak right now about it. And there, this threat between Arabs and Persians and the people who have also issues with the Arabs and Sunni activities, they don't tell about this, but everybody is waiting to see what's going on. But nobody's talking about the elephant in the room right now. And an Iranian Iran was changed to focus more by securing the Iranian plateau and nationalism, will rival strongly with Pakistan about the influence over Afghanistan and Central Asia, while Iran will mostly seek to get support by India, and also the close ties between Pakistan and Saudi Arabia and their cooperation boosting Sunni radical Arab groups like Al-Qaeda or ISIS will getting them into trouble. So the major powers are right now positioning themselves for this time. And so we will see more active proxy warfare in the region about Afghanistan and Central Asia. The experience and victory right now by the Syrian central government in the civil war in Syria, and also with the cooperation between Russia and Iran, creates new allies and leverage for Iran in Central Asia too. Iran and Russia might be able to expand and secure their zones of interest in Central Asia, while India which had also close ties to Russia and Iran, might use the expanding influence by both powers to keep already their rivals Saudi Arabia and especially Pakistan in check. So these kind we will see. While Iraq is secure for Iran by the agreement that both powers try to avoid any direct war against each other, and also while they are also agreed that no third power should try to push them for a kind of proxy warfare against each other. Iran has a free hand to focus more on Central Asia. The Iranian government will share the power they have right now until it's coming, because of the gas, with gas fields and the infrastructure, will trying to, with the experience and with their experience, and especially if a nationalistic movement will fuel, they have big problems historically with Great Britain and Russia. So the Iranians are also more open into challenging Russians' interests, and especially it will get interesting if they want to expand gas into the West, because this could challenge the Russian push for selling gas to Europe, but it is also for Iran a leverage to push pressure on Europe, because they could, if they are focusing in Central Asia, Russia and Iran could really start to make some kind of political deals, and also using the gas as leverage on Europe, so they can play the European Union to get benefits for their current situation and policy, for their coming policy in the region. And Europe is also getting more and more dependent on gas, especially if the ideas of Friday for Futures and the changing in energy supply in the European Union by creating more greener economy that will focus more on their dependency on gas, and this will be a geostrategic goal achievement for for Russia and Iran to secure the European influence, secure Europe, and getting European support for their policy in the Central Asia. So we see now a sleeping tiger of Iran, which is avoiding any kind of bigger conflict and try to secure their next steps into Central Asia, and the European Union is nearly to get a trophy into this kind of policy and useful tool to achieve their policy into Central Asia, and the European Union will be more a kind of interesting choice to get stuff from for using them. So that's right now the current situation, and the situation maybe in the next 5 to 10 years we see, and its impact on our current situation, on Europe, and what we are doing right now. So that's some kind of short overview what's happening right now. So finish.
Are there any questions? No? Really?
Hello, George. Yes, thank you for this overview. But what are the, you give a long-term vision, but what are the short terms? What will happen with Trump and Iran? Will it give, is it a risk for more military struggle in that moment? Or yes, will Trump or Trump government only shouting but not doing anything?
We see it right now. We have seen it. So it's easy to say, and I said it before, there will be no war, because nobody is interested in war right now. The Trump administration is very aware what's going on inside in Iran, and as I told, it's more show. It's more show. They are both playing to secure, to pretend to be strong, because both sides are avoiding any war, because they don't want to get played by a third party like Saudi Arabia. So they're making more a kind of PR. They are selling, we are cool, we are doing great bomb stuff, but nobody wants a war. So they are playing with the media, they are playing with the expectations, but there won't be a war. Even not by accident. We have seen it before, because when the bombing was, Trump says there are no deaths. Okay, later we heard a few weeks later, or maybe there are deaths, but they don't want wars. So they are playing with the experience of the media and the public, and this is some kind of info warfare we see right now. And we see it especially in the internet. Everyone, like Enno says, or like others says, we get clicks, we get the bad journalism, because wow, that's cool, wow, there are bombs, there are war. So nobody knows what's going on, and everybody needs this kind of leverage to play, and they are making a fog warfare. So they're putting more fog, and everyone knows what's going on, because it's very interesting when you see what everyone is telling Israel, United States, in Iran. They're telling, oh, we want to make a big war, everyone is the enemy. But when you look closer, somehow they are shooting each other every time officially, like they say. They shout, wow, we shoot them. But somehow they are achieved very well not to slip into a war since 30 years. And that's somehow, I would say, interesting, because we know how easily you can slide into a war by accident. We know it from history. Somehow the powers in the Middle East, Iran, Israel, and the United States, they somehow magically achieved not to slide into a war there. So it's very interesting to see. And I think they're telling something, but they somehow avoid a war every time.
Anyone else having a question? Yes. Here you are.
I think this time Iran's keeping quiet because they know if there is big problems in the Middle East, that the weapon suppliers, the supply chain management of the weapon industry is very highly controlled, and they are, anyone who does shit down there at the moment are not getting resupplied. So they'll get blocked on that way, and they'll get very, very hard time getting new weapons up to carry on doing a war. So everyone knows at the moment it's going to be a short time war. If they're going to do anything, it's going to be a conflict, and it's going to happen very fast. And it doesn't work that way. Especially there, you've seen in Syria, it's been a very long war at the moment, and they're burning weapons and burning all sorts of shit down there, and it's taken a long time, and it's always stayed in conflict, and both sides are getting sort of chain management. They're getting weapons from all sorts of sides and getting supported. But if big countries, for big reasons, start doing like big war-y things down there, it's the supply chain of the war management is just going to stop. Because Europe and America and Russia supplies everyone with war play with all their play. They don't produce weapons themselves. Nobody does down there.
No, I think we have to get rid of West or Russia fuels every kind of war, because especially Iran has a complete, in most parts since the Shah, they have a complete own weapons industry, so they mostly can build most stuff. We have to get rid of this West or China or Russia can support everyone, and there's no really other kind of weapon industry. Many wars right now are low-level warfare, are not doing by tanks or airplanes, but with an old good Kalashnikov on the ground. And one of the important weapons seller in this kind of war is Sudan. They have a very decent weapons industries. Right now it's right interesting. Sudan is producing drones. Iran is producing drones. And other also powers we don't see in the media, in the Western media. They are producing drones, and you can go there. For example, Sudan, you can go there, you give gold, you get drones, you get weapons. You can sell slaves, they get weapons, you get everything. So this kind that Western, or we had the discussion, if we don't sell weapons, wars will end. That's rubbish, because someone will always sell weapons, and they don't need our weapons anymore. The weapons, we are now in its phase with drone warfare, with IT warfare. We can hire anyone, or power can hire anyone, and this kind of stuff is cheap. We are right now in the phase when the big battleships were there. Then suddenly came planes and killed everything. So this kind of power balance is shifting. So we need to get rid of this old kind of thinking and focus on the new stuff, because this kind of shit what they will create good hacking styles, and the Iranians have good hackers. They push most of their money into knowledge, into education, and so they have a really decent hacker. So if this happens, there won't be a plane. There will be some kind of nice hackers who will go to the energy supplies, and they tried it already. They go to the energy supply, push everything down, and then they will soon say, okay, give me money. So this will happen, and this will not happen by them. This can happen by everyone. So they are playing right now, and when they get the chance, every power can do some stuff they like.
Thank you. So from what you described, we have achieved like a steady state where there's like stable confrontation in a sense, and a system that at best we shouldn't touch, because otherwise it might fall out of balance. Now, if we observe human rights violations, what would you recommend to deal with this? Because in the past, we have already been in the situation that we, as Europeans, watched for too long violations going on, and just not interfering early enough, right? So if we observe human rights violations and we feel the moral let's say we just should
some kind of human intervention.
How would you propose how we could then express our opinion in a more than just institutionalist?
If we want really to fight and to make a push for diplomacy and say, oh, we don't like what you're doing, so we need a fucking bigger army. We need a bigger stick. We need to work together on a bigger stick. We can't say, oh no, I don't like an army. I don't want everything. But it's not like that you are doing, you are killing these people. It's like we have a police. We have no police and say, oh, gangster, please don't be bad. And why you are taking the money from the guy? Oh, please don't do it. That's Thomas Hobbes, and we have to remember the old kind of we have to remember the lessons of history, and we need to tell the world, we have to tell ourselves how the world is going on, how we, in the way the world exists and works like that. We can't tell, like Enno said, like Miriam said, we need the media for this too. We need public discussion for this, but we need to tell what's going on, and not in the way how we like to have the way. We don't need fucking public relations for something where we need journalism. And right now we have some kind of this. We have, oh, I would like to have the world like this is. And when it doesn't work like that, I am pissed but I don't change anything. And I scream at right now people are screaming at the people who says, no, the world doesn't work like that. And that's a really big problem, because this influences public debates in our country and public debates about our future. And if we don't wake up and try to do stuff, and without that politicians will change anything, we have a big problem, because in a few years when this mess will come up, we have children who are growing up, which are older, and we have their parents, which are already voters, which will get very pissed off this, because they see, oh, now I live in the world and I have kids, and I bring my kids will grow up in a world which is not likely some kind of a nightmare. And then we have get feared, will be afraid. And we know by the great philosopher Master Yoda, we know what happened with fear. And so we will come into a situation we already know could be very bad when we open up a history book. And so we need to focus on the things which are right now going on, and telling and discussing about the things which are really happening and not how we want that they happen.
Okay, this was a real nice closing sentence. Thank you very much, Sharash. So, the next panel will be held by our special guest, which was still to be announced. Now I can say has arrived. He's here. It's Jan Wildeboer. Yes, please come here. He's open source evangelist by Red Hat, and he would be talking about free software rules the world. Welcome on stage. Here.
Good morning, everybody. So I'm not wearing a hat at all, as you can see, but I'm wearing two hats today. The one hat is my Red Hat, open source company where we actually sell free software and stuff. The other hat is my blue jacket, which is the United Transnational Republics, where we think about global democracy and identity. And I want to put all of this together in this discussion about global security, because things have changed and we need to see this. So as you've just heard about Iran, knowledge spreads in ways that were not possible for a long time. And this is partly to blame, or the success of the movement of free software, the movement of open source, the way we can distribute knowledge right now in a world that is becoming more and more dependent on computer systems and on software systems. This is a huge responsibility for every software developer out there. In the past, you could make very simple deductions. You could say, okay, I build a machine, and you can use this machine to build rockets and missiles and guns, and that's dangerous, and that's not good technology. We peace-loving people, we cannot do that. With software, it gets even more complex. fast pattern recognition software for whatever production purposes in a factory is the exact same algorithm to identify targets for a missile and kill people. So this moral aspect of software freedom is becoming really important, not only in the company that I work for. You know, we have discussions about this, but also when you see how software works and controls our world. We all complain about this stuff. Of course, you know, we have all, if I ask here, of course, nobody here is on Facebook because Facebook is evil and we need to work against them and all these evil American companies. On the other hand, we share a lot of data and information and we make ourselves a target. And if you look a little bit deeper on how intelligence works and how target identification works in these countries that we're in right now, you see you run into a complexity of problems where all of this comes together, and that's what I more or less want to talk about. Now, first of all, to answer some obvious questions. Yes, I work for a company that sells open source and free software to other companies, including secret services, military, and etc. This is not something I'm necessarily proud of. It's a reality I live in. And the thing is, and I know this is going to cause a discussion afterwards, and I'm ready for that. I'm wearing my Flame War proven vest. A lot of the security stuff that you enjoy with your private communication tools that we have nowadays, stuff like Signal, Telegram, etc., a lot of this research, especially in cryptology, actually comes from these weird organizations. So I can tell you, our online security without the work of the scientists at the NSA would look definitely different. Is that a good or a bad thing? That's a moral decision. From a technological perspective, I can tell you the way we set up software freedom, and we is the community, and not necessarily me or my company, but the way we set it up with the GPL, with the GNU General Public License, that forces people to give back the changes and modifications they make to the rest of the world, has ultimately helped us in getting more transparency and getting better solutions. Is that a present by the devil? Well, that's again a moral decision. And moral decisions and technology always run into this conundrum. So when we look at a little bit more from the distance, we will see, and this is not a threat, you know, this is really happening right now, as we've just heard in the presentation. There are low-cost solutions now to build drones and missiles with off-the-shelf components that you can buy everywhere. Needs a little bit of algorithms. There are GitHub repositories where code is maintained to do this stuff because, again, you can use it for good and bad purposes. You can use drones to irrigate a field or to, you know, to kill insects on a field, but you can also use it to spread poison to kill people. Everybody who thinks that we can solve this in a moral way as being good software developers, we have our heart at the right place, and my code is only going to be used for good stuff, forget it. This is simply not how the world works. You make your code open, people will use it, and people will use it in ways you might not be proud of. It's the price you pay. If you don't accept that, you can go proprietary, but the world has proven that it doesn't work. So in sum, for this part, I would say what the open source and free software movement has done for the world has a lot of very good things. The fact that we have very cheap technology at our hands nowadays, that we can communicate, that we can live stream this event to the whole world is a direct result of all the work we put in there for the past 30 years. Just try to do this. You know, there are a lot of people here who are a little bit older. Try to imagine how we would have streamed such a conference like 10, 15 years ago. And everybody would have to install the real player and all that kind of stupid shit. We are so much better nowadays. We have open standards for this stuff, and instead, will it be used by people for nefarious purposes? Yes, of course. IS uses the internet for propaganda. We use the internet for our propaganda. Is, you know, the news that we publish, is it propaganda from a certain perspective? Yes. So the great equalizer that is called technology has two sides. What we are now seeing, and this is why I was so fascinated by all of the other presentations I've heard, the power is shifting in a more federal way. So centralized power is now being seen as quite a bad thing. And as we've just heard about the situation in Iran, it's not that simple. The world is not that simple anymore. It's not the US versus the Russian or the EU versus Japan. Things change. And I think there is a connection here. There is a connection in making information more democratic, make it more transparent, more available. You can download this stuff and you can find this stuff everywhere now. And what we want to do as citizens of this world, we want to understand how this works. We want to have influence on that. We form smaller communities, and what technology does is these people can find each other all across the world in ways that were not possible before. Again, is that a good or a bad thing? It's both, and don't think you can make this only good, because it won't work. We are using this technology. This is being used for evil things. This is being used for good things. It's the same technology. Technology doesn't care. Are we going to make technology more secure only for the good people? Ridiculous. This is not how this stuff works. This is not how any of this works. So when I say I am working for a company that works with armies and secret services and etc., then it is also doing something that goes deeper. And this deeper thing is what I find really, really interesting. It's a cultural change. I work in this highly commercial world of selling stuff to customers with big money and all. And I had this wonderful epiphany a long, long time ago when I joined Red Hat. It was 2005. And I went to my first customer. It was a Swiss bank. And it was the CTO of that Swiss, I'm not going to tell you which bank it is, don't forget about it. And this CTO, we had this conversation, I talked about, Linux and free software, and look what it can do for you. And the CTO looked at me, a very Swiss person, and he said, Mr. Wildeboer, this is really interesting, but I've talked to a legal department, and our lawyers have told me that free software is a communist project to take property away from the people. So we cannot use the Linux. He really said the Linux. We cannot use the Linux in a data center. Huh? You must understand that. And I was like, okay. Came back to that same customer 3 years later, 2008, in the middle of the financial crisis. This was in Bern. And I was walking from the train station to this bank, and left and right, the bankers were jumping off the buildings. It was blood everywhere. It was really a crazy time. And I come back in there, and the same CTO, and we're going to discuss again. And I looked at him and I said, you know what? 90% of the stock exchange markets on this planet run on Linux now. 75% of them run on Red Hat Enterprise Linux. The heart of capitalism runs on communist software. Who has won? And this is where you can, it's a funny anecdote for sure, but it really shows a deeper message. What we have done here is we've started a cultural change in technology. We now share technology in ways that were not possible before. People built products and kept them secret. Now it's in the open. And it's not an exaggeration to say that it has won. The open source principles and the free software principles have won, period. Even Microsoft is now, when you talk to Microsoft nowadays, it's really funny. And when I talk to Microsoft nowadays at conferences, you get the impression they invented open source. It's really it's like just, whoa, give me your money. Bill Gates, whatever. And that's a cultural change where we see that technology enables us to distribute and disseminate information and knowledge in ways that were simply not possible before. And this kills the past monopoly of data and opinion control by centralized institutions in whatever way. It also makes journalism, as we have heard, a lot more complex and complicated, because people actually can fact check now, which was not possible before. And that changes the balance of trust between journalism and recipient. Suddenly it also, of course, goes in the wrong direction, where everybody thinks he's a journalist himself and he can be better than anyone else. So you also get the opposite. So what you really need then is a kind of mechanism that restores the balance. And this will be decentralized. That is what I'm convinced of. This is the missing link we are having right now in our world. We are in this middle phase of true decentralization of a lot of things, but still centralized institutions that try to, win their losing battle, and it doesn't work. And we need new tools for this. And these tools can only come from the world of free software and open source. I'm absolutely convinced about that. So that is my second part that I want to talk about. And that is the conclusion that we have reached something like 10, 15 years ago, and again, this sounds funny, but it's a way of living. I have learned over the years that being against something effectively means you are building your own enemy and making your enemy bigger, because you concentrate on what your enemy does. Your enemy defines your purpose. And this means that if your enemy keeps on growing, you can grow. You see what happens there? Because when you actually reach your goal, then your enemy is gone and your purpose is gone. And this leads to symbiotic relationships between things that we think we are against and what they really are. We are making our enemies bigger when we take them serious. Now, I think there is a better way to do it, and that's focusing on positivity. When I entered here today with the organizers, we had a short discussion about that. You know, how do you set up a pirate security conference during the same time as the official security conference? And many people look at this and will say, yeah, of course, because, you know, you are against them. In reality, it's not that simple. Reality is more complex. In reality, you talk with each other because there is a common goal. And the common goal is a discussion about security, a conversation about what will the future bring to us. And in that sense, I am very, very wary of people who think in these binary ways. And this is the risk I see online everywhere. The discussion has lost any kind of scale. Everything is binary. It's immediately 1 or 0, and that's it. You're there. And you're immediately radical. You are left, you are right, you are Nazi, you are not Nazi. It's a very radical way of thinking. This is where we also need to work on ourselves and understand that scales are more important. So with that in mind, we looked at the world 15 years ago, and we as a group of people all across the planet, we're 8,000 citizens right now, and we decided we need to create a democratic layer above the United Nations. We need global democracy because we need global governance. You know, climate change is a global decision that needs to be done with global democracy. So we created an organization called the United Transnational Republics. You can look them up. And we hand out identity documents, and yes, I travel with them. I print them myself. I'm an official immigration officer of the United Transnational Republics, so I am allowed to print these. And when you travel with them across the border, you get it becomes really funny, you know, especially here in Munich at the airport. They look at you like, what is this? It's my transnational identity document. It is fake. No, I printed it myself. I mean, it's real. I can show you pictures on how I printed it. Yeah, but then it's not a valid identity document. Why not? Why is it not a valid identity document? Who has the monopoly worldwide on printing identity documents? And that is a discussion that leads very, very deep. And this brings me to putting all of this together, because my job here is to, you know, brainwash you all a little bit, to think about this stuff in different ways. What you see there is identity is one of the weirdest concepts we have on this planet. Who defines identity? Right now, you know, everybody thinks, yeah, because I'm a citizen. No, that's not identity. You know, that's not who you are. And the weird thing is, and this is what we've seen, especially in the Middle East and in other places, this level of identity, national citizenship, can be taken away from you like this. This happens when American drones or drones from other NATO armies attack targets, for example, in Pakistan. There is a very high risk that it could hit civilian peoples there who also have a British passport because, you know, history and etc. Now, that would be legally an act of war, so it's not allowed. So what happens is when the targets are identified, they send a list of the possible names to the government in London, and these people lose their nationality. And then they are not British citizens, and then, you know, oops, sorry. The same happened with Edward Snowden when he was flying there and there. So this is not the best form of identity. This does not help us in building a strong community. So we thought about the next level. You know, let's learn from the free software movement. Let's learn from decentralization. Let's look at this whole thing in a different way. How about we make one simple change to identity management? National citizenship does not become the defining thing, it becomes just an attribute in your digital identity. How about we create a system where you own your identity? Self-owned sovereign identity. Everybody's talking about this right now. You hear it everywhere. It's a UN program, the UN 2020 program, that is focusing exactly on this issue, but it brings everything together. I even have a working title for it because I'm a marketing guy, as you noticed. You know, I'm in sales, I'm in marketing. And I looked at it and was like, okay, what we did is so weird. We gave machines a way to communicate in a decentralized and totally secure way. We created systems like TCP/IP, TLS for encryption and certificates and all of this wonderful stuff that is open source and free software technology, and everybody can use it. Why don't we do the same thing for people? You know, we start doing this stuff. So in order to do this, you need to give it a name. So I called it TCP/ID. TCP/ID, the missing layer, the communication layer that allows people to communicate. And this is where all of the stuff... I don't know yet. Does it have to? Well, we thought about transnational citizen protocol identity layer, something like that. But, you know, it's not good on a T-shirt. We need to come up with something more cooler. And TCP/ID is just a technical standard. The implementation is transnational citizenship. So, and we're working on that. And to take another question right away, this will not happen overnight. It must be open source. It must be open standards. And it needs awareness in the global community of people that we actually need this. So my time frame on this is something like 20, 30 years. I don't think this happens overnight. But what it will lead to, and this is, you know, my surprising call in that sense, and I actually had conversations with the United Nations about this. Just imagine this. For this to work, you know, this redistributes power from the top to the people themselves. They can organize themselves with such a system in different ways. We can do better fact checking. We can have direct connections. We can have verified connections, all of this stuff. For this to work, you need something. And what I came up with after a lot of years of thinking and discussing with a lot of people and lawyers, and you know, we need a new fundamental human right. I need a new fundamental human right, which is not perfectly described yet, but in its form it will say, owning your identity is inalienable and non-transferable. So you are your identity by the mere fact that you exist. So I went to the United Nations, you know, stupid me, wearing my hat, and I'm like, hi, United Nations, I want to introduce a new fundamental human right to the world. How does this work? And the United Nations look, and nobody has ever asked that question. And I'm like, well, good, you know, it's okay. So yeah, but you don't understand. The fundamental Charter of Human Rights was defined in the 1920s in its form that we have yet, and it's immutable. And I'm like, okay, so how can I get a new one? No, you don't know, it's immutable. We need a new one. I want to have identity ownership. We have millions and millions of political dissidents and refugees out there who have no national identity, who cannot travel, who have no say, who have no vote, and we need to change that. And it cannot be a privilege granted by authority, it must be a fundamental human right. So if it isn't in the fundamental human rights yet, times have changed. We have decentralized technology, we need this human right. And the United Nations says, so what's your time frame on this? I say, I understand this is a big question. So 20 to 30 years. Now this is not a startup idea. This is something, it's a seed I'm planting in all of your brains right now that will work its way through it. And some of you will think about this and come up with even better ideas to do it. And some of you will then think, because this is my tactic, in 2 or 3 weeks, hey, I got this idea. You will forget about me, because ideas are bigger than people. This is a fundamental principle. It's what we've seen with free software. We took over the world with transparency and with sharing in software, which is a good thing. Everything runs on free software nowadays. Now, the next level is, can we make that work in the best possible way? We're here at a security conference where we talk about risks, where we talk about attacks, where we talk about the negative sides of everything. And we have to talk about them. But again, focusing on your enemy means you make him bigger. So we also need to look at a perspective, you know, what questions does it pose to us that we can answer in maybe new ways, but they're not that different. My proposed system would not change anything. You know, you would still have your national passport and etc. And you could still travel with them. But now you also own your own identity, and you could use that for secure communication. You could use that for building interest groups in secure ways, in decentralized ways, end-to-end encrypted, all of that stuff. It's the missing layer right now everywhere. Look at all the messaging systems we have that are supposedly secure. I can register a Signal account under any one of your names, and then it becomes a little bit more complex to check if it's really me or not. On the other hand, if I have a system where everybody can see immediately that it's me, then I also kill privacy. Because then, you know, you can do your data mining and all that kind of stuff. Finding the balance for that is a very big question on a philosophical and technological level. But ultimately, we need to start thinking about it. And there are a lot of good people here that have far better ideas than I ever have. Some people will criticize me afterwards, which is exactly what is needed. You know, you need to have a discussion about this. You cannot simply state, this is how we're going to do it, and then it works. That's a totalitarian approach that doesn't work. What we have learned over these years, and this is where I slowly want to get to the discussion, because I hope you have some questions and you want to kill me for what I say, and then, you know, we can have even better discussions. What I want to say is that something that started around 40 years ago at weird places on this planet with people like Richard Stallman and etc., has done something to this world that looked impossible at that time. But it's happened. Everybody is now on the free software open source bandwagon. As I said, Microsoft. The only one that we're still working on is Oracle, but you know, that's Oracle. Let's not talk about Oracle. I don't want to mention Oracle again. Can somebody stop me saying Oracle? Thank you. So, why we need to move from being consumers of all of these technology, which is again a power distribution thing, consumers into active participants. I don't expect all of you to become developers. I don't expect all of you to understand how all of this technology works. What I hope we can reach, and this is exactly when you are at a pirate conference, is to understand that the only way to do this is by sharing knowledge, having people who know far more about it, look at it, and explain it in ways that other people can also understand it. Let's start feedback cycles and communication cycles instead of shouting each other down on the internet or everywhere. Nobody in this room will be right at any time all of his life. It won't happen. Accept this fact and start to discuss in productive ways. And now please flame me on stage with all of the questions that you have. Thank you for listening.
Yes. Here you are.
I found the individual identity a very, very good idea, especially on world level. I'm very, very interested in getting on to a world level and no national citizenship. This basic idea is a very pioneering idea. Would there be a possible idea if we find one nation in the world who says we will give passports to everyone on Earth, and you could get an identity, as you like to say, and like all the people, educated worldwide citizens say, oh, I'm going to take this national identity on and be a citizen of this small nation somewhere on this planet. And as soon as all the other nations realize, oh shit, we're losing millions and millions of citizens all around the world, why? What's happening? You know, that would probably be a way we could make this work.
No.
With a good marketing as well.
No. I'm saying radical no, because this is exactly one of the ideas that we had. From a legal perspective, this is impossible. This is part of the rules behind being a member of the United Nations and etc. Citizenship must mean some sort of naturalization, some sort of physical connection to the region where this is happening. So virtual citizenship doesn't exist. But this was actually the thought that led to the creation of the United Transnational Republics, where we say we are the federal layer above the United Nations. We even use their logo because they cannot protect it, because they cannot register it as a trademark for legal reasons. It's really funny. So we said we need to decouple identity and citizenship a little bit more. So when you say passport, you mean an ICAO 9201-2 approved travel document. And that's exactly what it is. It is a travel document. It's not an identity document. This is the fundamental mistake that many people make. Identity is defined in different ways. Right now, identity is defined as being registered in a citizenship registry in any country that is a member of the United Nations. That's the definition of identity. So you can get this document that says, that approves that you're registered in whatever country you reside or you were born. And that is your identity proof. It's not the passport. The passport is only to facilitate crossing borders. That we also use it as an identity document, that's a convenience thing, but not a legal thing. That's why my transnational identity card works. Because these people at border control, of course they cannot know this, you know. When the Schengen agreement was put in place, it was really funny. The European Commission asked all member states of the European Union to give them copies and descriptions of all valid identity documents that can be used for border control. That database has 780 entries. That means whenever you go to a border control at the Schengen border, you can present one of these 780 valid documents. Nobody at border control can know all of them. It's impossible. That's what I'm using because mine looks good enough, so typically I make it. And if not, you know, we'll have a short discussion and then I'll show my Dutch passport and we'll have it. I want to decouple exactly that idea. Identity and citizenship is two separate things. Now, can we create a global thing like identity? First, naive idea, yeah, sure. We go to the United Nations and every person on this planet registers as a citizen of planet Earth at the United Nations, done. But then we come into an Orwellian nightmare because now we have a central registry of all people on this planet. And that's just fucking dangerous. Never ever go there. So, then you need to think to the next level. Can we create a decentralized system where your identity is just a claim that then can be approved by the existing authorities? So you don't change the system. You just change a little bit at the bottom. And that's our concept. That's our idea. And again, this takes time. This is not, I don't have a working product that I can show to you and say, you know, invest in me. This is not how this works. I'm trying to raise awareness that this is becoming more and more relevant in the decentralized way the world is running right now. If you have countries like Iran that now have the technology and the knowledge to build the rather simple weapons completely themselves, so they decouple themselves from the weapons market. This will happen in other areas too, especially in all knowledge-related areas. And because everything is transparent, you cannot instigate a centralized control in future anymore. So you need to move it down to the trust between the people, and that's a system I'm thinking about. Long-winding answer that completely changed your question. I'm sorry for that one.
So, next question. Yeah.
Hi. This is the first time that I hear about this point with a new IP, TCP IP.
TCP ID.
Sorry.
Identity.
Yes. Okay, ID. So it's very interesting to think about.
Exactly.
And you are a salesman, a marketing man. Yeah. So where do you see the problem to bring it out to public, to the people? So I heard the first time. And what can we do, or you, that the point comes to the right positions, like the political government or UN or whatever, because the pressure must come from the people.
Exactly.
So
yeah.
This is what I see. What can we do that they can you inform all the people? Because we are a small community here.
Yeah.
And so what can we do that the pressure starts to the government?
I'm a salesman. So when I say a term like TCP ID, you can be sure that I did my homework with search engine optimization and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. When you Google for the term, you will find the stuff you need. That's a lie, by the way. I did nothing. But I'm a salesman, so. As I said, ideas are bigger than people. I do not claim to know how to do this. But I gave you a seed, and you will start thinking about it, and you will come up with a different view on it. And if enough people do that, it becomes a movement. And this movement has to be independent of leadership. That's why I say 20 to 30 years, because you need to create awareness for this on a global level. Right now, there are a lot of companies out there, companies like Evernym and et cetera, and they claim to have blockchain-based identity solutions that will rule the world. Be very, very careful. What these companies try to do is to say privacy protection is business. And you can only get privacy when you pay for it. This is what Der Spiegel in Germany has just done this week, where they say either you accept all trackers or you pay us €5 per month. Really, this is exactly the offer they make. And they didn't even come up with the idea. It came from an Austrian newspaper, Der Standard. And this is the future we're looking at. This is the future I want to avoid. Privacy is a fucking fundamental human right, no discussion. And if the only way to get this working is to say, you don't own my identity anymore, I own it myself, and I can make sovereign decisions about what happens with my data. It all comes back to this identity layer. Every problem you have with privacy and protection of people on this planet right now goes back to an identity layer that is right now occupied by powers that are not always doing things the way they should do for the good of the people. That's the only big thought I have. I don't know how this works. This, you know, I look at this from my perspective. I'm Dutch. I live in Bavaria. I really hope, this is live streamed, huh?
Yes.
Damn, so I cannot say it.
Say what you want.
Yeah, but my company is watching. My legal department is watching. So when I say this should become the second big movement, when some of my friends say that this should become the second big movement coming out of Munich after the first one was the biggest failure that showed the world how everything goes wrong, yeah, I'm bloody serious about that. But I do it from my Western perspective, and I'm fully aware of that. This is a privileged situation I'm in. I'm white, I'm male, I have disposable income. I look at this from a very different perspective than a lot of people that we are actually talking about. The dissidents in Syria who try to escape the country. And then they land here in Europe, and then, you know, Europe is like, yeah, show me some identity document. And you're like, yeah, I'm a political dissident from Syria. Let's go back to Syria and ask them if they give me a new passport. Should be no problem, I'll be back in a week. You know, this is the thing we're talking about, the Rohingya people, the people that have been disowned, people that never had national identity. Go to North Africa. You know, they're Bedouin people that for thousands of years have been traveling between countries that never existed until the British came and said, we're going to draw some lines in the sand and this is now your border. So this problem goes very deep. And I will never ever claim to know the solutions to everything. I have an idea that I shared with you people right here, right now, and that's where it stops. And if the idea is not good enough and not enough people fall for it, you know, then it wasn't a good idea, simple. I am not the one telling you how to do this. I just hope that you take this as an opportunity and then make it even better and translate it to what your communities and your peers understand, because that's not my world. And then over time we will get there. That's my hope. But I'm not going to be a leader of that movement because I don't believe in leaders. You know, it's wrong to do that. So I travel across the world. My company allows me to do that. I travel across the world. I go to conferences. I go to the European Parliament, to the Commission, to the United Nations. And, you know, I explain this over dinner and then during lunch. And then I just hope it sticks. That's all.
Next one.
Yes.
Really? Unbelievable. We never had a meetup, but we have a group and I'm the owner. I got it for free from meetup because they liked the idea. Because, sorry, that's exactly one of the most important points about this idea when you think about it. Facebook and Twitter love this idea. Why? Because when they can move to a world where they can actually identify a person, they are not liable from a legal perspective. Then their liability is reduced, which is good for their shareholders. You know, this is the weird twist about all of this stuff. And this is what I said during my presentation. I don't believe in being against something. If Facebook wants to adopt my system and roll it out to all of their people because their lawyers tell them this is how we can reduce the risk of getting sued in court, you know, then I have 1 billion citizens for my system. Should I say no? Which is, again, back to the start of my presentation. The military and the secret services also use open source and free software. They develop it and they share it with the world. Are they bad or good people? Can you reduce it to say, I don't care about the people, I only focus on the code because I'm such a technical person, I don't care about the people? No, you have to make a decision for yourself what kind of moral liability you accept or not. And I fully understand that some people will make decisions completely different from me and attack me for the decisions I make. This is why we communicate in a respectful way to define this is what I am, this is what you am, and can we find a connection between us or not? And then it's fine. You know, I don't have to convince everyone. It's not my task. Your question.
Yes, at first I like this idea because, you know, as pirates, we like to adopt digital rights to the human rights, and this is, I think, one way we can do that. But otherwise, I doubt a little bit that it will really solve some problems, because the problem is that we have national states. Also, the United Nations is an assembly of national states. We have not a world state. Yes, and so we rely on the ability that the national states accept something or will not accept something. And there was a lot of new treaties after the Declaration of Human Rights who gave more human rights, the social human rights, the Social Pact in 1960. And we have just 2 years ago the Migration Pact, with also an enhancement of human rights, which really asks the states, yes, that they gave this identity to persons. And you know, in Germany, we have in our constitution that the states is not allowed to reduce or to take away the...
But they did it 6 times so far, in just the last 2 years. But that's a different discussion.
Yes, but this is should be a standard also in the Migration Pact, which should be adopted, but it depends that the states undersign it and then do it.
Yeah, which is exactly the problem, because again, this comes from a very privileged position we are in. We live in a working nation state. You know, we have this stuff, but when you dig a little bit deeper, and this is one of the things that brought me to the whole topic, when you dig a little bit deeper and you really talk with refugee lawyers and etc. and people that work on all these things, they give you a rather shocking insight. And the shocking insight is this, that according to the Contracts of Geneva from 1958, the fundamental human rights are, this is very short form, you can look up the legal details, the fundamental human rights are granted to all citizens of members of the United Nations. Now, when you think like a lawyer, you immediately turn it around and say, okay, so if I'm stateless, I have no fundamental human rights. It's not exactly like that. So again, you know, don't put it out there like Wildeboer says, blah, blah, blah. But it raises very, very hardcore questions about how we treat refugees and people traveling and what happens when your citizenship is taken away. It won't happen in Germany. You think the constitution doesn't allow it. It's not true. There are always exceptions. That's the only reason we have laws, because, you know, but it happens. And it happened to people from developed countries like Edward Snowden, who lost his US citizenship while on a plane from Hong Kong to Moscow, and that's why he couldn't leave the airport for a few weeks, and that's where he is there now. He also doesn't have Russian citizenship. So he is tolerated there. Now, this human rights perspective is where I came from. I looked at this and said, so wait a second, if you're not a citizen, you don't get human rights. This is a real possibility. That should not be possible. So how do I solve this in a way that works? And that is by making identity ownership a human right. The moment you are born, you have this right and you own your identity. And then your national citizenship becomes an attribute of your identity. And then the whole picture changes. Not the system. You can still use exactly the same technologies and tools and etc. And this is, you know, like in the movie Inception, this is a very small idea that can lead to very big changes. But we're not there yet. I'm just planting the idea and then we'll see where it goes. That's my whole idea. Yeah.
I'm Sebastian. I'm sure you like Alexis's talk later on, and I'm very curious in hearing your thoughts on this. But the next question that's more or less up, who do you see as a standard setter for the protocol? And who might be the ones trying to establish themselves as the standard setters?
Yeah, so the system I see to create these standards is technically closer to what organizations like the W3C are doing or the RFC process to define internet standards. RFC is even a little bit more closer because it's quite decentralized. But I also look at the setup of the United Nations for this. if this becomes a legal entity that controls this, we're thinking about this stuff, set up a foundation or whatever, you know, your typical approach. But when you set up a foundation, you are under national jurisdiction of a country. You set up the foundation in Germany, you're under German law. You do it in Switzerland, you're under Swiss law. There is no concept of a transnational foundation that exists outside of the jurisdiction. The only organization, there are two organizations. And this is a long story and it needs a lot of beer, but there is an organization that is a member of the United Nations while not being a nation state. They have member level rights of access to the United Nations, but they're not a nation state. And this is the weirdest thing you've ever seen. Please look it up on the Wikipedia page because this is a fascinating story. It's the Sovereign Military Order of Malta, SMOM. The Sovereign Military Order of Malta is from the 12th century. They have a building in Rome near the Vatican, which is not an embassy. It's also not a nation state. It's somewhere in between. And when the United Nations were founded, the Catholic Church raised objection and said, you know, if you want to build this nation state thingy, we have a little bit of problem with our military order of Malta because they will never accept it. They are the only organization that is allowed, and I'm not kidding you, they are allowed to print their 3 own passports for the Grand Master of the SMOM, for the Vice Grand Master, and of course for the Grand Master of Finances for SMOM. These are the only 3 people. They have 1,200 members across the world, and they get this special status. It's one of the questions I put to the United Nations. Can I get a membership on that level for the organization I need for digital identity management? You can imagine that, you know, it was a, how much drugs did you take today? And I'm like, oh, are we that kind of people? Just because I'm Dutch, do you want some? Again, that's why I say 20 to 30 years. I have ideas about it, but coming from my Western look on this stuff, I don't know. Ideally, it would be a transnational organization that is completely, fundamentally, democratically set up and cannot be shut down by any organization. I don't know a legal construct to do that. I guess it doesn't exist, and it will take time to get these fundamentals right. When we start right now, we work in this very simple, open source, free software way, set up a repository, talk to some people, have mailing lists and the usual stuff, and then see what happens, and then write code and let the code speak. Will it need whatever kind of legal entity? No, when it gets adapted as a fundamental human right, then you have, you know, a global way of calling for this. So that's why it's 20 to 30 years. I simply don't know. So this answer is a clear answer is, I don't know, help me. Okay.
Just a quick question. You sort of answered it then, and maybe you answered it previously, but what has been the reception from the different bodies that you've approached about the idea with the seeds? Are there any positive...
yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
And beyond positive thoughts, are there any suggestions of partnership or any other additions to that?
There are a whole bunch of startups being founded based on this idea right now. You know, the companies are blockchain-based identity management solutions pop up everywhere. They come from exactly this. So you can imagine I talk to countries like Estonia, who has this, you know, e-identity, virtual citizenship stuff, because they solve the same thing. And they already create the tools. Now guess what? All of the things that they use, all of the technology they use is completely open source. It's on GitHub, you can download it. Even the apps for iOS and Android that you can use. Of course, I'm also an e-citizen of Estonia. I collect citizenships because I love them. You know, it's when I go to the border, it's like, what do you want to see today? And yeah, and the reaction has been always positive, but that's because I'm a good salesman. I'm arrogant, I know. But what it leads to is actually a lot of discussions on a lot of levels that go in complete different directions from what I think. And this is exactly what we need. We need a global conversation on this. And this global conversation, if it leads to the, and it does. I've been working on this for more than 10 years now. I've been thinking about this. I come from a human rights perspective, not from a technology perspective. What I see is that we now have technology that could implement this. You know, with TCP, IP, and etc. But also I see the internet is under attack and being shut down in countries in ways that were not imagined. You know, when TCP, IP was created, the internet was created, we thought it would be the grand equalizer all over the planet and nobody can shut it down. It doesn't work that way. I was in Cairo in Tahrir at the Arab Spring, protesting against the government. In the very Egyptian way. I was invited by the Egyptian government to talk about open source at their telecommunications conference, and then the professor was like, can you please cut your presentation by 15 minutes because we have a shuttle bus that brings us to Tahrir. And I was like, okay, can I join? Yeah, sure. Come. And there I was. And I experienced there how the internet was taken away. And then you realize two things. First of all, whoa, this is dangerous shit. But also, 10 years ago, the internet didn't even exist in this way we use it nowadays. Things move very fast, but grand ideas will find their way. So I'm sharing it wherever I can. I get always immediate, totally positive feedback. People are like, I never looked at it this way. And that's all I can do right now. And then when the conversation starts, I might be involved in it or I might not be involved in it. I don't care. But I fundamentally believe we will get to this fundamental human right of identity ownership because it is needed for a lot of reasons. Okay, I think we're done now because else I'm taking time away from other people, right?
No, that's just fine. Are there any questions left? Yes. So we'll take the last one. Here you are.
If you're into this thematic over identity, you probably know the problems of India at the moment.
The Aadhaar system, which is like how not to do this.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Would you could explain the situation in India? Because I find it very, very interesting at the moment.
Well, the shortest...
I was very shocked about it.
The shortest form is that the Indian government has decided on a national level that it is good for every person to have its own unique identifier. And that this unique identifier will be given to you in a totally secure way. There's no way it's insecure, because we know this is really heavy, because if you have this unique identifier, identity ownership is done. If you have this unique identifier, that's it, over. So you have to keep it secret. You have to keep it in a country where a lot of people are still illiterate. Yeah, this makes it fun. What you also need to know about this, shit, it's live streamed. One of the biggest sponsors of the Aadhaar system, a few of the biggest sponsors, are Western companies that look at this like kind of a lab rat session of the future of identity management. So what happened is, of course, the obvious. It was sent in envelopes to the people, your Aadhaar envelope with everything, and you had to pick it up at some places. And of course, these people were people. So people were like, click, look, my Aadhaar has arrived on the internet. I posted here on Twitter for everyone to see. Poof, there's your unique ID. And suddenly they had 20 phone contracts because you can use it for all of this stuff. Also, without this, you will not get you will not be accepted in the hospital and etc. You will not get your health care and all. It's a first step that went completely wrong, but it's India and they will never admit it. That's a problem. And there are not many lessons to be learned there, honestly. This was, when you know a little bit about identity management and security and etc., you know this is not the way it works. So let's forget about that as fast as... Sorry for all the people there. Really, I mean, sorry, it's catastrophic. Okay, I'm done. Any more questions at the table? Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. So please make yourself comfortable. We will have a short coffee break of 15 minutes. We have some donuts, we have some muffins, we have, of course, coffee and water, whatever you want. And happy networking. Thank you.
translating?
We will be starting again in 2 or 3 minutes. Please come back to your seats so we can proceed shortly. Thank you. So, welcome back after the coffee break. Our next panel will be held by Nick Kelly. He will be talking about mobilization and resilience of movements in 2020. For the stream, please wait a second and put away the headaches. Es geht weiter. So, with a wombat. I will make a short introduction of Nick Kelly before he can start. He currently works as a business manager for an Italian cyber firm specializing in defensive cybersecurity tools and advisory service used in the military, stock exchanges, and other critical infrastructure. His background has seen him working challenging contexts in emerging markets amongst numerous, often opposing stakeholders. He previously founded Expand Asia, a company based in Southeast Asia that provided professional service to the development sector, government, and private sector clients. Currently, Nick is the founder and host of the popular Secure in Mind podcast, a production hosted on partner website cybersecurity360.it. His background in staring down the barrel of a gun and socially engineering his way into tight spots has opened the floor to a who is who of his guests. Please welcome him on stage.
Hi, everyone. Yes, so I guess first things first, I'll introduce myself a bit further. My name's Nick. I live in Italy, and I work in cybersecurity. I have a strong interest in all things human rights as well, and this is going to be his act is a hard act to follow. The previous speaker, it was fantastic, that discussion. The area of focus that I have, I'll reach that on one of the next couple of slides, is I'm not, I guess, a specialist or an expert in any area, more of a generalist. One luxury that I have is the access that I've created to high-level guests on the podcast, which enables me to get really, really good insight from very, very smart people in different areas. And that is a really, it's a big luxury. And without further ado, we can jump into it. The image that you see here is pretty shocking. The discussion that I want to present today is about the Australian bushfires and a lot of things sort of surrounding that and touching on that. Shocking image, and you would have seen this globally. It was in all the newspapers for several months during the Christmas season and New Year's Eve. A quick note, I guess the first things first is the thank you for your time and your attention, because it is a very precious commodity. So I appreciate you guys having a listen to me. We're already on our way to influence. During this discussion also I'll be, I guess, presenting some topics, well-trodden path of influence, the utilization of influence, some influence campaigns and technologies that can push influence campaigns. And indeed, the fact that I'm standing here right now sharing, what I'm sharing it's influence again. So that's a couple of points. Why me? I think I already discussed that. That's the cool logo that I bought for €5 on Fiverr.com. It was very cool. The podcast is effectively a discussion where I look at security in a very broad sense. So I talk to policymakers, I talk to human rights people, I talk to people in the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. I talked to a Canadian senator who used to be a street cop for about 20 years and then chief of Ottawa Police. That was a fascinating discussion because we talked about how his evolution of hard war on drugs mentality changed over the time that he was the top cop. Because the amount of dead bodies stacking up on the streets certainly, emphasized to him that that strategy wasn't exactly a success story. So all of these are loosely gathered around security, but they can also look at policing. They can also look at intelligence. I had Bill Binney, who was one of the three primary NSA whistleblowers. That was a really interesting discussion as well. So feel free to check that out. As I said before, I'm not an expert in any of these subjects. It's more of a collection of these stories with a backdrop of the Australian bushfires. So it's not a deep dive into building resilience. It is constructed to elicit a discussion. So similar to the previous speaker who wanted to plant seeds, I guess I'm trying to plant another age-old philosophical conundrum that I think we're faced with. Okay, so synopsis: mobilization and resilience of movements in 2020, an Antipodean adventure encountering an embedded leadership architecture. Now, I wrote that title quite humorously. So the next point is, note the above with humor. In Italy, where I currently live, this title will be called fuffa, which kind of means bullshit. There's a lot of big words there, but effectively I'm looking at the momentum and how we can create better maintained, sustainable momentum of ideals and movements. The mashup of ideas, I'll try and explore how we can also leverage times of crisis. So, something bad happens, and then we use that for government gain or policy gain or change. And then a quote, the time to buy is when there's blood on the streets, and right now with blood red skies, it looks like a mighty good time to hoist the flag. So that was a nod to the pirate party. Firstly, what's life without a bit of humour, to take the edge off mortality? Regardless of what your choice of deity, non-deity is, relying on thoughts and prayers as mechanism to recover from a disaster is not exactly a winning strategy. What I'm referring to is my Prime Minister's choice of words when he says thoughts and prayers. And so, when thoughts and prayers can maybe fix a disaster, that's not exactly a winning strategy. As a result of some of the discussions that he had and some of the presentations that he had about the thoughts and prayers for the victims, et cetera, there was a lot of parodying, and it became quite popular to refer to him as Scotty from marketing. So Scott Morrison is our Prime Minister's name. He used to be a marketing executive, so now he's nicknamed Scotty from marketing. And this is a satirical newspaper. PM's emergency thoughts and prayers package arrive from a local suburb in Sydney. But thoughts and prayers don't rebuild my uncle's home. That used to be where my uncle's house was. You can see the burnt out car. There's my uncle. That's his house. That's his other car. That's the ride-on mower. So it's a very real thing, and that's what we will discuss. What I'm going to show you, just quickly to try and emphasize this point, is the scale and ferocity. We're connected to the internet, isn't it? Okay. So this is when a fire crowns. And just look at the size of that. That's incredible. And this was happening across, I think, 12 million hectares now. 30 people have died or more. I can't remember the exact numbers. The temperatures were ranging from, say, 38 to 44 degrees, 45 degrees. There wasn't any rain because we've suffered the longest drought in recorded history, which fortuitously has actually stopped now, thanks to some of the most rain that we've experienced in the past number of years in 5 days. What this obviously suggests is more extreme events. So bushfires are commonplace in Australia. They're just getting worse because it's drier. There's not as much water because of the changes in the climate. Huge smoke plumes, which were seen from space and also which actually circumnavigated the world, where they floated across South America. There were air pollution, haziness, and everything right around the world, right around that band. Now, this is the other thing that I want to touch on. What you can see there is a poor koala. And this poor guy unfortunately died, but here's another image to pull your heartstrings. Internet's slightly slow, but there we go. That's not the koala. I think we've just got to move forward through the Überspringen. There you go. Okay. Horrible images. And this is an image from the sun, and this is a lady who tried to save the koala. She took it to a koala hospital. There have been numerous that have been set up during this catastrophe. Unfortunately, this poor little guy died, as did about estimated 30%, 35% of the koala population. And also 12 million hectares, to put that into perspective, Australia is the size of Europe-ish. I mean, much bigger.
Much bigger than Europe, sorry.
Even much bigger.
Don't get fooled by Cartesian projection. It's much bigger.
So, and it's a really, this became viral for obvious reasons. And yeah, there's the poor guy, and unfortunately they had to put him down. So, all right. There's another shot of the bushfires and the scale. Okay, so this is a bit of a side rant, but koalas are the cute porn. Now, although my choice of being a vegetarian is I guess coupled with some of these comments, it's neither here nor there, because the fact that animals are killed on a daily basis for food doesn't strike the media nearly as effectively as when you have a koala, which is the pin-up, it's the pin-up of cuteness from the Australian continent, and that really strikes a chord. So I've written here, of course, regardless of the existing double standards in terms of animal death, like if we subbed a camera and did a 24-hour news feed for 2 months of animals getting killed in a slaughterhouse, then maybe some outcomes might be achieved in that sense. But the fact is that you've got this thing, which is a koala or a wombat or a platypus, those very iconic animals, in these situations. And is it wrong to use that as a way or a mechanism to pull on the heartstrings and therefore open people's purses for giving money in aid of bushfire relief and koala recovery and all that kind of stuff? So it's a bit of an interesting philosophical question, I guess. And the fact that there's a kind of double standard in that is inescapable. The former speaker Jan said you're not going to be right all the time, and you're also within this current construct of life. You are always going to be living in a double standard from some sense. I'll take another example. I flew here from Milan when realistically, normally I would choose to travel by train because, again, we're talking about the climate, right? But my schedule didn't afford it. So there's always going to be that bit of a compromise and a bit of give. This little fella is generally eaten a lot. So is that leverage? Well, no. The koalas will suit for now. All right, international reaction. The very positive thing about a disaster is that it can kick people into gear, okay? The international reaction to this was quite extreme. It was quite critical for understood and tangible reasons. You can see some of the headlines, Reuters, CNN, The Guardian. And the Guardian article refers to Scott Morrison defending his government's climate policies. Now, I don't know whether you know too much about the Australian continent and how our resource sector and economy is made up, but we are very, very mineral and resource interested. We've got a lot of big mines, and we've managed to avoid a recession when most other countries in the Western world didn't avoid that recession after the global financial crisis, thanks to the strength of our resource sector, in particular iron ore, which we're selling to China during their boom. Okay, and the movement extended to right across the world. So this is outside of central London, supporting movements, Extinction Rebellion. There are numerous others around the world. Why? Because it is a global phenomenon and it's a global problem. And the images as well are the thing that I guess I want to, well, one of the things that I want to touch on. They're dramatic. You know, something like that is very dramatic. Something like that is very dramatic. And so we can use these tools that we have at our disposal, no matter how horrible they are, okay? Now, of course, with any disaster or with any, with anything that sits on the thing we call the internet, there's going to be an amount of the creation and dissemination of deliberate or mistaken misinformation. This was a 3D image that was made using data about the past 4 weeks of areas in Australia which had been affected by some fire. The representation of this picture makes it look like we're fucking burning all around them. Australia's going to go, right? It was very, very bad. It was obviously a catastrophe, but this is very, very misleading. In fact, this doesn't account for backburns, which is when you burn some of the bush in order for it not to, in a controlled manner, in order for it not to go up in the uncontrolled manner. And it's also 4 weeks worth of data, only on the little portions of fire. So it doesn't also suggest scale; it suggests some grouping. And then, of course, you have more active campaigns which can twist the message of what this is. And this happens on both sides of an argument. And the lovely Rupert Murdoch is ever present. His publications were, as you can see in the news analysis, Rupert Murdoch is influencing Australia's bushfire debate. Critics see a concerted effort to shift blame, protect conservative leaders, and divert attention from climate change. And again, this brings up a very pertinent point, which is a natural disaster is political. Because a natural disaster is as a result of various policies that have been made. And there are also various policies that can be made in order to contain or change or minimize. Okay, and then of course there are different perspectives. This is the Senator Matt Canavan, who's the Minister for Resources. And in his argument, he suggests that the Australian government's second point, the first point is about economy, jobs, very, very common argument. Second point is about the Australian government supplying the highest quality of coal in the world more efficiently. It's environmentally better than sourcing low-grade coal from other countries. That's a pretty good argument. Because we're not going to shift, we're not going to drop coal immediately. That doesn't work in a sustainable model. So that's a fairly valid argument. Okay, natural disasters are of course highly political in terms of the associated policies in dealing with their proliferation and gravity. And it took centre stage at Davos. Of course, Davos is a bit for show and a bit of a circle jerk, so not too much was achieved in that sense. And then there's another satellite image of the Australian bushfires. So, getting to where technology can act as a facilitator to encourage movements and maintain said movements. This tool called Nation Builder, has anyone heard about this before? Okay, so Nation Builder, I've got two sides there. I sign up to Nation Builder just to keep my awareness about a particular coal project called the Adani Mine Project. A massive conglomerate from India has bought a huge amount of land, displaced indigenous populations, and is also sucking on the tax teat of the Australian taxpayer to build one of the largest open-cut mines in Australia, right near, when I say near, it's about 100, I think it's 100 kilometres, maybe more inland. I'll have to look it up. But on the same area where the Great Barrier Reef is. And of course the coal needs to go out to ships, and they say everything's going to be safe and secure, but the track record of this company is abominable. So there's a huge push against this company, and the activists, numerous activists, but one in particular, I think it's Friends of the Earth, are utilising a tool, Nation Builder. Great. It maintains that momentum. It's been designed specifically to maintain resilience, to maintain momentum in a movement, the regular newsletters, the integration of various PayPal systems where it's easy to donate money to a cause. And all that integration is there. But guess what? Nation Builder was also responsible for the Brexit campaign and Donald Trump's ascent to the position of US presidency. And so therefore, it's not the tool itself, right, in this sense. And regardless of what your thoughts are about Donald Trump and Brexit, there are many positives and negatives or alternating views that you would probably say these are quite set apart. In fact, you would say that people who are supporters of, say, Adani mine projects and Indigenous land rights are probably less inclined to go for a Brexit campaign or to go for Donald Trump as their president. And then, of course, we have this from The Guardian, the Cambridge Analytica scandal that changed the world but didn't change Facebook. And that was me who wrote the douche thing. But there you go, Cambridge Analytica is a tool. Brittany Kaiser. I'm looking forward to interviewing her on my podcast. She's one of the whistleblowers from Cambridge Analytica. We need to schedule that. I'll be happy to release that to anyone who's interested. She wrote a very incredible book, and I think everyone's quite familiar with Cambridge Analytica, yes? Okay. Whether you agree with the ideology or not, leveraging the tools you have to influence the narrative and maintain momentum is morally upheld, or is it? The reason I ask this question is Cambridge Analytica came under a huge amount of fire. By the way, it's not just Cambridge Analytica. There are numerous other companies that have been pursuing at the same time, slightly before and currently. They're just the ones that got hit in the spotlight because of their scale and scope. But this is obviously in development in other companies. And they were utilised for a specific purpose, which is to swing influence, gain influence, and in a mass sociological kind of experiment to leverage the biases of people in order to control their behaviour. And their behaviour might be to vote for someone whom they may or may not have voted for. It's a good example of, in the notes, hold on, where are my notes? I can't find the notes on this thing. But there's a good example of that Brittany Kaiser brings up, which is the identification of people who are likely to vote for Hillary Clinton and who definitely won't vote for Trump. They were presented by Cambridge Analytica information, data, which influenced them in order not to make a vote at all. Because the algorithms detected that they're either not going to vote for Donald Trump or they're going to vote for Hillary, so it's better that they don't vote at all. And there are numerous other algorithms that were designed in order to influence that general. So it's not a very long discussion. I used a lot of imagery because imagery is impactful. Imagery got the global conversation going about these bushfires, the extreme nature of them, and the connection with them and climate change. And I guess the question I had, and the one that I want to ask the audience, is do you see from an ethical standpoint whether it's right or wrong to leverage these tools in order to achieve a goal which could be set as the goal of the common good or the greater good? Because if there's nothing done about climate change, then things are already getting very bad. My experience living in numerous developing countries for many years, including island nations, is it's happening right now already. Australia is going to be intaking a large amount of Pacific Islanders, for example, as a result of the necessary relocation, because their land rises only to 1.2 meters. So the projected within the next 50 years is that numerous populations are going to have to move somewhere. So is it right or wrong to utilize a tool like Cambridge Analytica in order to sway the opinion? Now, I'm of two minds, but if it does achieve a greater goal, is that not the moral choice? So thank you for your time and your attention.
So, are there any questions you want to ask?
It was okay?
Yes.
I have to give the question back. What do you think? It is or not?
It depends on the day. I mean, it's an age-old argument. This has been happening for thousands of years. Philosophers arguing over great idealism, realism. There are numerous stereotypical examples which are brought up, which is, say, the train tracks, where you have a person on the train track, and you can either kill them and then avoid killing another 5, or you can save them, but the other 5 die, but you're the one who has to pull the lever. That's not exactly how it is, but you get the idea, right? It's a tough question. It depends on the day. Some days I wake up and I think, wouldn't it be great in order to influence the population, to change climate skeptics who, in my opinion, they're not comprehending fact, and then leverage these pictures of koalas, leverage this type of technology in order to influence them to make, in my mind, better decisions. But is that morally right for me? But then again, I'm standing here talking about influence. So just by very nature of being here on this stage, I'm sharing my influence. Whether you pick it up or not, or whether you get anything out of it, that's the next question. But that's why I'm here, right? So I don't know. It's tough. It's always interesting to gauge the response.
So, next question.
I think we have to ask, is it effective first? And then decide on whether we want to use that tool or not.
Yeah.
Because what I can say is going to a demonstration and holding up a sign is not effective. It's the biggest waste of people hours I've ever seen in lobbyism. It doesn't work. And if for a big demonstration we waste like the life work time of 1 to 2 persons on 3 hours walking around and screaming, and it doesn't achieve anything. And on the other hand, we have these big actors who use professional tools and who achieve much greater measurable results within 100 or 200 hours or something like that of people hours. And we should go there and we should use these tools. But on the other hand, and that's the ethical question that I like to kick back, what can we do to teach the public that these tools exist, that these options exist, and that they can judge themselves how they want to react to that? Because if we want to be the good guys, then we need to teach about the potential and the damages one can achieve with such tools.
Yeah.
How would you like to do that?
Yeah, I mean, I think these days, at least in the Western world, and I really liked your sentiment mentioning that I'm privileged as well. I'm a white guy with a disposable income who can talk about these things. My experience in living in different countries is countries where even talking about this type of thing gets you shot. So leverage. Yeah, okay. So the utilization and effectiveness of these tools, I don't think, is under discussion. It's and the great ability that they have is that they're technologically based, they're quantitative, and you've got metrics. So they can measure the metrics and they can instantly adjust the algorithm for its potency. And that's a really, really effective way. I agree, it's much better than, and probably much more effective than most picket lines. Sometimes the picket line manifests in, say, a big revolution like an Arab Spring, but that's not your everyday occurrence, whereas Cambridge Analytica is, and the utilization of technological tools is. So measuring effectiveness, I think that's part and parcel of some of these tools, is the ability to give you the metrics and your to the whoever the campaign manager is, and they can read, okay, well, we swayed this many and we swayed this many, and now we need to change the message. And so, did I answer the question? Not really. Teaching, yes. I think if you look at the news, in my opinion, very well constructed and informative articles by publications like El País, The Guardian, Der Spiegel, that is a really, really good start. And it's a comprehensive start in saying to the consumer who maybe not be familiar with these technological tools about their potency. So the Guardian's written numerous articles and exposés on Cambridge Analytica's use. The procession of different things like Edward Snowden's leaks, but this goes well before him. Bill Binney, one of my guests on the podcast, talking about thin thread. Before him, Thomas Drake, I think before or just after. It's not a new thing, but each time we go through this flux of people having this visibility and understanding, at least we're offering them that choice. And I think that is the first step to education. From a longer term perspective, I think then there's the multi-layered, very complex approach, which includes nations and educators at a young age teaching about these types of things like privacy and the power of algorithms, and introducing that at the school level and all that.
Anyone else? Yes. Here we are.
My answer to that question is really simple. We need to be honest to each other and to everyone else. What you try to do and what we try to do and what they try to do is to manipulate people.
Yeah.
And that's not really about a positive or a negative way. That's a subjective way of looking at the goals. For them, it's a positive thing to do, like Brexit or Donald Trump, and I might totally not agree to it, and that's why I see it negative. But the tools themselves, they are based on solid facts and solid science. And there is solid science, for example, right now, a few articles about the tipping point in a society. So how many people do you need to support something before things really change? Yeah. And it's extremely low. It's not 50 or 60 or 70%. It's somewhere between 10 and 15%. Yeah. And when we use these tools for reaching to this 10 or 15%, the change happens then by the people. Yeah. Let's also not forget that. So the moral and ethical responsibility then ultimately comes down to what is your idea and what is your project. Yeah. And that will always be a subjective decision.
That's, it was in my notes, which I can't bring up now, but actually, yes, I think in the synopsis, where are we? Leveraging disaster for political gain, if the aforementioned gain is in the eye of a particular beholder, is always justified. And that will always remain, because it's always going to be subjective, and therefore it depends on the day when I wake up, whether there's a right or wrong. But I agree. I agree with that assertion. So.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, next talk will be held by Herbert Sauruck. Give us 2 or 3 minutes so we can do the setup for him, and we'll directly start then. I will give a short introduction. He's given more than 260 lectures at national and international events since 2012, from Vienna, Klagenfurt, Waldkirchen via Berlin, Hamburg, Leipzig, Stuttgart, Zurich to Yerevan. Organizers such as the European Security and Defense College, German Police University, Münster University of Applied Science, ETH Zurich, Association for Security Technology, Complexity Science Hub Vienna, Risk Management Association, Competence Center Critical Infrastructure, EFI, Federal Association for Critical Infrastructure Protection, Robert Bosch GmbH, EVR List GmbH, or Österreichs Energie are only a small extract. Furthermore, he's organized and conducted numerous process support and workshops in preparation for a possible blackout. Furthermore, He's participated in several research projects and television documentaries. More than 200 press reports, interviews, and contributions underline his expertise. Over 120 specialist publications, from simple articles to extensive book contributions, round of the spectrum. Welcome on stage.
Thank you for the nice introduction. Thank you for the invitation and the possibility to give you a view on a topic which might not have been in your focus until now. But I am convinced it will be from now on in your focus. And first of all, I would like to start with a definition, what I am understanding under blackout, because there are many different meanings. And when I'm speaking from a blackout, I'm speaking from a sudden European-wide and longer-lasting electricity and infrastructure collapse, and with major supply chain interruptions. This is the very important topic. And also external help is not possible. So it's completely different to a normal power cut, which might you have experienced already, but this is different. First question of all, of course, how likely is such an event? Because we haven't seen it until now, so there's the positive news, there's no evidence. We haven't such an event in Europe, so you can say it's no really topic, and also from a risk management method here, we see it's very unlikely because we have no evidence. But in my world, there is also the Turkey illusion, which means that Turkey increases its trust in its owner because he must be a good man to be feeded every day. But the problem is he is missing the most important information, that this is only for one purpose, to be eaten. And we are acting similar. We are looking in the back mirror. How successful have we been until now? And think it will go ahead also in this way. And this could be a dangerous illusion. And therefore, the main question is, would we be prepared for such an event? And this I would like to show you what it will mean if such an event would happen. First of all, I have also to state that the European power supply is a very successful system, and the grid operators are doing a great job every day. And we are not speaking from a national power grid, but from a European size, from Denmark to Portuguese, from Greek to Poland. This is the whole European power supply system, is even more a connection to Turkey, and it's the biggest one on Earth. And we have the highest reliability all over the world. So we can say it's really very successful story we have done until now, and hopefully also in future. But there are some things changing. And the other thing is, the European grid operators stated in 2015, after the blackout in Turkey, that there is no collapse-free power supply system. So very important. The grid operator stated there is no collapse-free power system. And therefore we should be aware and also prepared to handle such an event. And we have many changes and challenges. I am dealing with this topic, with the developments in the European power supply system since 2011. And the changes are dramatically, and they will be even more in the next few years. First of all, we have a system that is too big to fail. You know this topic or this term from the financial system. Even it should not collapse, it is not impossible. Then we have a market and politics that are ignoring physics, and this is dangerous and will get more and more dangerous because you can't ignore physics. Then we have also the energy transition, which is, on my point of view, important that we make this transition. But in the way we are doing it at the moment is also dangerous and will not functioning, because we are doing it with our old-fashioned thinking, which was very successful in the industrial age. But with the shift to decentralized power generation, we would need another system. And we cannot do it furthermore in the current old-fashioned system. And the problem is that there are more wishful thinking is overwhelming technical and physical aspects. Then we have, of course, also in this section, digitalization. So in this area, we know what cybersecurity means to daily topics. And now we are connecting these both very important infrastructures. And somehow we think all problems we see on the ICT level will be solved when we are connecting this with the power supply system. But it's unlikely that it is true. And so we see operation increasingly at the stress limit. And I like to show this on one figure or one development. And this development is the increase of the costs for the bottleneck management, only in Austria. And we started in 2011 with 2 million euros. And 7 years later, 2018, it costed already 346 million euro. So in 7 years, development by a factor of 173. So think about when something is changing in that fast speed, if this could be very healthy. And it's only money. The main problem is that there's behind more critical intervention necessary to prevent the collapse. So this is not an investment in the infrastructure or to change some structures. This is only emergency intervention in the meantime almost every day. So 2018 it was in Austria necessary on 301 days to intervene to prevent the collapse of the system. And from the cost side, 2/3 of these costs were paid from the German households because German grid operators asked the Austrian grid operator and power supplier to take measures to prevent a collapse of the system. And in addition, there are several possible secondary events which could trigger a blackout. So we have a permanent stress level already, and the grid operators are doing a very good job on a daily basis. But if there are more events at the same time, it will be possible that they are not able to handle it anymore. And it could be start with cyber attacks, as we see also more cyber attacks in the energy section, but also aging infrastructures, which gets more topic, or hopefully not a terrorist attack. But my expectation is that it will be a system failure by complexity overload. And as the last 7 years have been, and what is planned for the next 3 to 5 years, especially in Germany, I am convinced we will face this scenario in this time. So it's not a possible scenario, and also in the energy section, it's only a question when and not if. So we should be prepared for such an event, and what it means that I would like to show you next. First of all, we will have a domino effect in the power supply system, and it will last about 19 seconds to bring down the whole European power supply system. By 19 seconds, 19. We know this from the event in 2006, when in North Germany a line was shut down planned, and 19 seconds later, 10 million households in Western Europe until Spain were dark at the right moment, because it didn't escalate to a blackout, but it was the biggest disturbance in the European power supply system we have seen until now. And then it will lead furthermore to a chain reaction in all other infrastructures, which means a chaotic development. And in the power grid operations, they are training this permanently to restore the system. So they are prepared to handle such a thing, even they only can do it on a simulation base. But in the other infrastructure sections, we don't have any preparations like this in the grid operations. So we don't know how to restore the whole systems. Important question is, of course, how long this will last. And the first question is what? Because my experience is that many people don't understand the real problem, and therefore most organizations I have seen until now are preparing for the wrong topic. At the beginning, it will not be possible to say how long it will last because we have no experience. We have simulation where we can see how long it could be, but simulation is something different than in reality. And the first phase, the power is gone and everything is also offline. We can expect that in Austria we will have 1 to several days time to restore the power supply system. And Austria has really great luck with the hydrogen plants, with the huge hydrogen plants, because we can restart. We can restart very fast, but it still will last up to several days to restore the Austrian system. Even part of the Austrian system will be faster, of course, but until the whole system stands again stable, it will need time. On the European level, the expectations say 1 week, about 1 week, hopefully only 1 week, because 1 week is already a border where it will be very hard to restore the other systems. I would say 72 hours are the tipping point where we don't know if we restart the telecommunication networks again. But some words later. And every nation tries to restart his own networks, to restart islands, and then they have to be switched together again. And experience from the simulation training is that almost every time when the restoration starts on this level, the whole system collapses again because failure. It's not simply switch on the light. You have to be very careful, and in reality there will be many troubles. So if the first time the power is back after the first big blackout, don't start your ICT systems. Wait, stay calm until somebody is telling you or us that the European power supply system is that stable that we can restart the rest. Because if we start the systems and the power system fails again, there will be heavy damages in the systems. And that's one of the great problems, because the phase 2, the time where the power is back until the telecommunication networks are working again, is heavily underestimated and hardly recognized. And I'm expecting that it will last at least days until we will be able to restore the telecommunication networks, internet, mobile phone systems, landlines. Because there's the experience from local power cuts in the infrastructural section that up to 30% of hardware has damages. Switches, power adapters, and so on. And this is the main problem from systems which are running often for months or years and never have been switched off. And if this power cut happens, the hardware is damaged and we won't be able to restart the whole system, because the weakest link is the most important of a chain. And without telecommunication, we won't be able to produce anything, nor make a logistic, nor have a fuel supply. So also in the phase 2, hardly anything will work. The most important thing is that which will work in phase 2 already again, if there are no damages, will be the water supply, which is very important for us as human, but everything else will hardly function. And then phase 3 will start, and here we are speaking from months and years. and think about what will happen when millions of animals will die within the first hours throughout Europe, as it is expected. So we will have really longer lasting troubles in the food supply. And we should expect that the recovery will take time, and as I'm seeing it most often, organizations are preparing for a sprint, for the phase 1, but this is not the topic. The topic is also phase 1 and phase 2, and even in phase 3 it will last, so we should expect at least 2 weeks of emergency operations to be able to restart again. And restart is not normality as we are used on a daily basis. And the problem is that many underestimated dependencies are in our connected world, which we don't see on an everyday basis because everything is functioning. And if there are some problems, it's easy, or most times easy to cope with. But we have learned in the last months, now several times, that more and more problems in the telecommunication networks occur. Last week, not this week, there was again a major problem in the Swiss telecommunication system. The emergency numbers were not available. It was luckily in the night hours. First time in January, it also happened already in Swiss and also in some parts of Germany. And the first time it happened in October in Austria. And nobody thought this would be possible, but we see more and more incidents with really bigger effects, which we haven't had until now. So we should be aware of these small indicators that something is going wrong. And without telecommunication, society will fall apart in small structures. That means we will not be able to make a crisis management as we do it normally on other crises. When there's a flood or storms, then normally you can still communicate and organize something. But on a blackout, we won't be able to communicate, and this will fail, also the communication systems will fail within minutes after the power cut. Maybe on some areas it could last longer, but normally within minutes, mobile phone and telecommunication, also landlines will be gone, and also internet. So no chance to organize anything anymore. And so the self-organization on a local level is a very important part, and the only chance that we can stabilize the whole system and restart again. And even if organizations do have crisis management, it is not prepared for such an event, because crisis management is to handle a situation where some parts of an organization, of an enterprise are affected. But what should the crisis management do if the whole organization is affected? And even more, you cannot alert your staff because the telecommunication network, especially the mobile lines, will fail within minutes. So you must be very fast with your alerting, that you maybe reach somebody, but you don't know, is it a normal local cut or is it the big thing? And therefore it's very important to have offline plans. This means you have to think now about this topic, and these offline plans must not only be on electronic medium or on paper, it must be in the brains of your staff, because your staff have to do things, to shut down systems or come to an organization or do anything without the possibility to ask somebody, should I do it now or when should I do it? They must know it now to be able to handle fast and at the right time. One problem which will be really dangerous for humans and also animals is the water supply. And we have also in Austria many areas we will see within hours, hopefully after 1-2 days, problems in the water supply. In Germany, I fear it will be, or also in other regions in Europe, it will be sooner a problem, because also in the water supply there are very often pumps and hardly any with emergency generators. And if you don't have this prepared and available on the spot, it will not function. And the second part connected with the water supply is the wastewater disposal. Also here we will see many problems, especially if the water supply is running, we will see it there. And mostly we are not prepared to handle such an event. And also the whole logistic dependencies, everything is just in time, just in process, connected, synchronized by ICT, and all these systems will fail. And even the power is back, you need the internet connection, the data connection to synchronize anything and to organize again something, and this will not function. And therefore we will see very soon empty shelves. If some stores are able to open again because people have not too much at home, then they want to get much. And hopefully we see only a few pictures like this, that something has gone, get destroyed because people have not prepared and then lose their head and go through the windows. Because if this would happen, everybody else will also get a problem, because you won't get a supply in this shop until it has been repaired, and this will last time. So it's one of the biggest thing and important thing that we prevent this destroying of supermarkets. Otherwise, we will get in really big problems, and then on a longer scale. And the main problem is there is a study in Austria, but there are similar studies in Germany, that about 1/3 of the population is only able to handle such an interruption for maximum 4 days. They have not more food stock at home than for 4 days. In cities, more often only 1 day. And 2/3 of the population will run out of stock latest on the 7th day, after 1 week. And as I told before, we have to expect that before the 2nd week, nothing will restart. Not the full-scale supply we are used to, only the restart of the supply chains. So we get really, really big troubles. Even nobody will die by starving, but in our heads we are not prepared to handle such an event. And it makes not constructive to handle such a crisis. And my experience is also that also the emergency services, the staff of the emergency service is the same bad prepared than the rest of the society. So we expect they will come and help us or do their duty, but this won't be possible, because if the family is in crisis, they won't come to the emergency service and even more to the hospitals. And hospitals are a special topic because they have emergency generators, and therefore very often is the communication, they are prepared. They are prepared for a power cut, but they are not prepared for a blackout. I haven't seen any hospital until now. And also there's the question, what is the aim? It's not the aim to only have the emergency generator and the electricity. It must be the aim to survive 2 weeks of supply chain interruption, because they have food for 3 to 4 days, some have more, but many dependencies from supply, from external supply. And if they are not going to emergency operations very soon, they will fall in a hole, and the whole hospital will collapse. And this shouldn't happen, because we will not be able to rerun them very soon if the whole system collapses. And one thing which makes me unhappy is I speak very often with people, and they say, yes, I have done some preparations, but I fear that I will be then attacked because I have preparations and the others do not have, and therefore they try to arm themselves. And we have some statistics which show this also, that the private arms are increasing more and more. And I think if this is our first option in our brain, I have to protect and I have to do it on my own, we will have very soon lost as society. So my goal is to make the brain open to more options, and that we have to do it again. But as long as we do not speak about this topic, this will overwhelm the thinking, and this is very dangerous. And therefore we can really very soon lose as society. So enough from the bad news, and now some points, what can we do? First, I would address critical infrastructure protection and cybersecurity are important topics. But it's too less. We have also to think about what to do if security fails, as we see it more often in the cybersecurity topic with ransomware at the moment, but it could change also that also infrastructures fail. And so we have also the need of preparations for failing of security. And the resilience was already mentioned more times. Therefore, we speak more and more often from resilience. But if you look behind what people are really meaning with resilience, you will find out that more often it is this more of the same. Resistance, protection, this is meaning resilience. I would call this robustness, and robustness is needed for infrastructures. Resilience, in my point of view, is something different, something additional. It means adaptation and learning. And in the best case, learning before the case. This is one of the problems because until now in our history, we learned from incidents and went ahead. But with our connected world, we have no second chance. So we should learn before the incident, but at the moment I can't see this. And therefore I like this picture from the post-fire, wood fire area, because the old has gone, has been destroyed, but the seeds were there that something new can restart. And this is also necessary for us as society. If we don't have the seeds, and at the moment I can't see really huge seeds, it will be really long-lasting process to get back. And the key factor, in my point of view, for resilience are we as people. Because if we are not able to handle 3 days or 1 week supply chain interruption on our own, we are not resilient. So we can talk about different measures and technical topics, but this is not resilience. And we should also think about our system design. Too big to fail, we know, should not be, because nature shows us small is beautiful, and therefore we should also view on our technical systems, especially there, where we depending on very much. And the first thing starts now, when you go home, to your family, to speak about this topic and to speak about what will happen if this scenario happens, how we can reunite if public transport doesn't function, if we cannot communicate, how to find together. It's not that much, but I think it's very important to have an idea, because this increases your possibilities. If you don't have done this, you are on a very high stress level, especially with kids, because you have no idea where are they, how you can find them, and so on. So this is very important point on a mental level. The second is the ability to survive 2 weeks without going in a shop, and this would mean water for the phase 1 so several days, not for 2 weeks, I hope, because if the water supply is really damaged, then you can't fix it. Maybe with some beer and wine you can do it also. It depends on, but it's better to have some water. But you need the food supply, and it must not be the normal level you are used to. It needs only that you can survive 2 weeks, and that will not be that much. And this is the luxury versions, and also in a small flat, I believe you can store still some noodles or rice, and it will help you. And even most often the question is asked, yeah, but I cannot cook without electricity. Yes, it's not a problem for the phase 1 where there's no electricity. You can buy a camping cooker, or you have a griller. But the problem is you can cook again, but you can't buy anything. And this phase is the important one. And even more, if you need medication on a daily basis, you should have at least 2 weeks from this at home. Insulin is a special topic, but also other drugs. And we have to think about our switch. We are not used anymore to go from a normal mode to in a crisis mode. And we need the switch as persons, but also as organizations. As soon as we recognize it is this big scenario, we must shift in another mode, in an emergency mode, to reduce the resources consumption and to be able to handle this event. And we have to do it together. This is the most important. We can only handle it together, otherwise we will stop to be a society. And we can learn a lot from nature, because everything in nature alive is a complex system. We are building now complex systems, but without knowing what a complex system is. But with connecting everything with everything, there's a development to complex systems, and they have completely different characteristics than our machines we have built until now. But in nature, there are only complex systems. And one experience from nature is small is beautiful, I said already. And also there are 3 major pillars, topics, which characterize a viable system design. And first of all, it needs energy, resources reduction, consumption reduction, and the special topic with the energy transition. The amount of electricity we are using at the moment already, and which is planned to increase or not so planned, especially with the digitization. We have no plan how much energy this will need. We are not able at the moment with our technical knowledge to store this. And we need, in the electricity system, we need permanent balance between production and consumption. And we have now, with the new renewable energy sources, a situation where we can't control this. Therefore, we need the buffers from immediately to seasonal, also over a long time. And we have no technique in place, not able to build these things very soon. And even if we could do this, it would not be possible. So we have to reduce our consumption, otherwise the transition won't work. The second topic is decentralization. Complex system can't be controlled by a central system. But especially also in the electricity system, at the moment we are going more centralized, so in the completely wrong direction. And this would mean also autonomous functional units, so the possible disturbances cannot spread to the whole system. And it needs also fault tolerance and diversity, so that we can cope with different unknown futures. But also here we see more monocultural systems, which is not very healthy. So for the energy transition, we would need energy cell system. So it's not enough to have the power generation decentralized. We need a whole functional system. Then it could work. And the very positive thing is we can do this in the current centralized system without disturbing the centralized system, but raise robustness from bottom up. The main problem is economic thinking, our framework, because we have on the one side a very efficient centralized system, and this will not be that efficient, but much more robust. And as long as we have to grow, we won't be able to change this. So it seems we need the hit that we change our mindset, but we don't have really a big buffer to do this. So I want to come to my conclusions. Protection is important, but not enough, because there's no system with 100% security, and so we should change also our view on the topics, add also the perspective to handle disturbances or crashes. On the other hand, it's very important for me to state that blackout is a major disaster scenario, but it's not the only one which can occur with similar effects, but it's the biggest one, I think. The second biggest one, or maybe even more bigger, is a pandemic. And we are not aware what the real problems of a pandemic would be, because we are focusing on treatment of the ill people, but hardly anybody is recognizing if many people gets ill, the whole supply chains will break up. And the supply people or the logistic people say around 10% of the people, if get drop out or get ill, the chains break apart. It starts with 10%. But on a real pandemic situation, we expect 50% to more people ill. So the whole system will break apart, and we are not prepared to handle such an event. And this is also the negative at the moment at the communication of coronavirus. This is not the topic, and this should be the topic that we should increase our availability to handle supply chain interruptions. So the main topic is supply chains, which are at the moment, and future more already very thin, and we have not really much time to recover. So my provocant question from my title: are we fit enough to survive a collapse of our supply chains? I think you will be able to answer that. My experience is we are not. But we are heading to a dead end. At the moment, we still have the possibility to change the direction. And even we can prevent it, we can increase our resilience, our personal resilience, and we have to affect many people that it really matters. And therefore, I would like to ask you to take only these two topics from my talk, speak within your family about this, and increase your personal storage on food and what else you need to survive at least 2 weeks of supply chain interruptions. These are the only two important points. And finally, take this message to your networks, to your family, work, or wherever you are involved, so that we bring more and more people to increase the self supply. Thank you.
So I know there are a lot of questions. One question was sent via social media. It was about, you said something about a self-resilience by storing something to eat and water for 2 weeks. What do you personally think about the prepper movement, community storing things for years?
Especially in Germany, it's a very difficult topic because if you say you are prepper, you are already in the right-wing area, and then you get attention by the police. I think we have a problem. On the one hand, we have the big mass not prepared, and then there are people who say we should prepare. Some of them are also extreme, of course, but we should get in a mid that we are able to cope with such events. So it must not be prepping, but to be able with easy things to help yourself. This is necessary, and in our whole history of mankind, it was always necessary that we have stocks. It's only just now 2 decades where we thought it's not necessary because the shelves are full every time when I'm going in, but it's fake, there's nothing behind, and this is the dangerous point. And so we should use all these possibilities and techniques we have today, but we should have also a net if something goes wrong. And at the moment we don't have this.
So, questions? Here you are.
Yes, you're right. At first, around 40 or 50 years ago, we had a storage of 3 months. There was, from the government, anybody asked to have the storage. And you are right, it's not only for supply chain, for a lot of other things, we have to prepare better. But on the other hand, I'm really angry about this development because I thought also 40 years ago that the future of supply chains in electricity is more the small cells. We have decentral electrical supply and not this centralized. What do you think, why we are going in this wrong way, especially now with climate change, where we don't need the coal, the big power on coal power stations, which are not really flexible. Why we don't need this chance now to change this?
It's a lack of knowledge because hardly anybody knows something about the electricity system. And it's wrong communication because we get told if you have a PV or the wind power plants, everything is done. No, we need a completely new structure and a new system design. The problem is as long as the centralized system is available and also the big rotating masses in the big power plants, everything is working still, but we are on a tipping point. We don't know if this tipping point will tomorrow or in 2 months or in 2 years, but we are very close. And with every shutdown of a centralized power plant, the chance gets bigger that the system will fail.
Next question.
Thank you for your talk. I have 2 questions actually. One is elaborating on the previous question. And just yesterday evening, our friend Manuel was addressed by some left-wing guy being a prepper and some right-wing agitator when he addressed the issue of stocking up. And a few years back, we had de Maizière, who just fucked up his communication when he said just stock drinking water. And so the first question is, how? Because I think it's a government responsibility to address it and at least to steer communication towards the public in what to do. But what's the right way in phrasing it? Is it or more on like disaster training in schools or in whatever? Yeah, what would be your idea on this one? And the other one, it was a bit of an ambiguous message. One is you wished you had the optimistic view on the system might change to the better without having the irritation to change. Then you said, okay, no, we might need it. And coming on the pandemic, we needn't necessarily wait that long because currently already we have our supply chains on insulin and just basic drugs distorted, right? Because of how our industry structure is, as we buy the produced, how do you say? In the end, the ingredients in China and India.
Yeah.
So we lost in our, let's say, national or European supply chain. Would you then ask for having a more directive approach on industry policy? Would you be that interventionist on economics, on national economics, and saying everything is strategic, or on what's your view on the like an economic stance in a country? Because you can't declare all industries as strategic, right?
I think there are some important industries like the energy section, and we need a regional robustness, and this would mean that we have some capacities to do some things on our own and not depend on everything on China. And we will see with